Ini wakilnya oh, iya.
Kalau orang ini bisa pakai ini ya. Bisa. Lihat pola.
Oh, ya. Saya dibayar sehari sama kamu.
Tapi lembaran ketiganya sudah saya. Ya, bisa dipakai lensa wide itu ya. Itu bisa. Ini pas DP. Pak Dirpo coba.
Ya. Kasih. Baru jadi berdata.
Ordernya dari sisi kan?
Jadi mana?
Oh bayar. Tapi barangnya aktif gitu. Tunggu ya, saya pastiin. Ini.
Ya. Dari berbagai.
Telepon ini aja sih.
Jadi langsung ya. Ya, pasti. Kalau akan dibahas tapi cara yang bagi jangan masih bagi-bagi ya.
Saya bagusan dari depan aja. Yep.
Oh, di sini ada. Oh, ya. Dari Politeknik sampai 3.
Bang, tuh. Ini mending dari samping apa dari depan ini?
Udah daftar tapi di situ.
Tengah ya. Biar ada tulisan polbannya ya. Center belum? Sini aja Linca.
Sini aja.
Udah ya, pas nih kiri kanan pas. Coba.
Aku udah nyalain tadi.
Cek. Ya udah tuh. Ya nyalain aja. Nyala ya? Oh, nyapa ya? Pen kiri kanan.
Nyampe.
Nyalain. Oh, bang. Ada suara lu ada nggak? Kalau Bang Danielnya matiin, baru ada nggak? Cek. Nggak. Ya, Bang Daniel harus nyala. Baru yang lain matiin deh. Standby aja. Oh iya.
Absennya sebelah sama. Rombongan dari mana, Bu? Registrasi.
Case of emergency, exit signs are posted near the doors. Take note of the nearest exit and the designated assembly point, and also fire extinguisher installed in the room. There are 2 exit doors in this auditorium, located on the left front side of you Ensure that electrical outlets are not overloaded and only use equipment that has been tested and approved for safety. Report any malfunctioning electrical equipment to the venue staff. Be mindful of the seating arrangement to allow for clear pathways and easy access to exits. If you notice any safety concern or hazard in the conference room, please report them to the venue staff or event organizer promptly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the to the auditorium room, third floor. Ensure that electrical outlets are not overloaded and only use equipment that has been tested and approved for safety. Report any malfunctioning electrical equipment to the venue staff. Be mindful of the seating arrangement to allow for clear pathways and easy access to exits. If you notice any safety concern or hazard in the conference room, please report them to the venue staff or event organizer promptly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the auditorium room, third floor of Politeknik Negeri Bandung's Directorate Building.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm greetings to each and every one of you. We're delighted to welcome you to the 7th International Conference on Applied Science and Technology, iCast 2024, hosted by Politeknik Negeri Bandung. The theme for this year is Collaborative Applied Research and Innovation for Sustainable Development. The collaboration of Indonesian Polytechnics proudly organizes the first iCast in 2018. Research findings and results on latest technology are welcome to be presented in this conference. The conference is conducted hybrid, so it's allowing us to watch it online from anywhere on our YouTube channel. A side event on exhibition of technology products as the outcomes of joint research between students and lecturers will also be displayed around the conference areas. I am Farah Fauzia, the MC for today's event. For a brief moment, I would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. May all we rise.
Indonesia bersatu, hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
You may be seated now.
kanthi laku lekase lawan kas tegese kas nyantosani setya budya pangegesing tur angkara. Ilmu itu harus diupayakan dengan sungguh-sungguh. Dimulai dengan niat yang baik. Akan membawa energi yang positif. Jika didedikasikan dengan baik, maka ilmu dapat digunakan untuk memberantas ketidakadilan. Cepot adalah seorang punakawan yang berarti saudara di kala susah. Di Jawa Tengah dan di Jawa Timur, dia dikenal dengan nama Bagong atau Bawor. Dia melambangkan orang kebanyakan yang egaliter, tidak pernah membeda-bedakan derajat, pangkat, tingkat pendidikan. Dia juga seorang yang jenaka, yang mampu menghibur tuannya. Meskipun demikian, Cepot bisa memprotes, bisa mengajukan keberatan kepada rajanya. Namun demikian, protes disampaikan dengan cara yang jenaka. Kita sebagai ilmuwan punya tanggung jawab yang besar untuk mengangkat harkat, martabat, dan derajat dari Cepot. Harkat, martabat, dan derajat dari semua rakyat kecil.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kali ini kita membawakan lagu
Dangdut.
Dangdut.
Betul. Jadi yang tahu lagunya ibu bapak akang teteh boleh kita ikut sama-sama nyanyi. Cekot juga boleh ya. Sing. Lagu Bandung. Di lagu ini mungkin kita akan turun ya.
Baik, boleh banget Teteh. Kita nyanyi sama-sama. Kita yakin Ibu Bapak Kang Teteh di sini pasti tahu lagunya.
Biar terasa lebih hangat suasananya. Sebelum kita lanjut ke acara selanjutnya, mohon izin Ibu dan Bapak semuanya, kita boleh berdiri. Boleh berdiri semuanya. Mohon izin Ibu dan Bapak, kita semuanya akan happy-happy dulu.
Betul sekali Teh Yusti. Supaya lebih semangat ya Teh.
Betul.
Kita nyanyi sama-sama.
Kita bakar dulu semangatnya semuanya di pagi hari ini ya. Yang tahu lagunya boleh sambil ikut nyanyi. Aduh, aduh, wangi bawang, cinta sawang, neng mripatku. Nanging kau lali, ngelarani wong kaya aku. Neng kau seneng aku, yen mong gawe loroku. Pamer pocongnya sudah bergabung, terima kasih. Silahkan duduk kembali untuk beristirahat kembali ya.
Aduh.
Kita naik lagi ke atas panggung. Baik.
Teh Yusti,
Ya.
setelah tadi kita membawakan lagu tradisional,
Indonesia.
ada lagu Indonesia, ada lagu dangdut.
Jawa.
Kali ini karena Arumba bisa memainkan segala jenis musik,
Betul.
Arumba can play many kind of genre. So, for the next song, kita akan membawakan lagu yang pastinya semua akang ibu bapak akang teteh bakal tahu.
Betul. Dan ini juga kita akan
Begin a dancing queen.
if you know this song, please sing it together.
Please clap your hand.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You've been like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. That long as love has mine. And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
Pardon the way that I stay. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you makes me weak. There are birds left in space.
sekali lagi sudah mengundang kami semua menuju di pagi hari yang spesial ini. Mohon maaf bila ada salah kata.
Persembahan terakhir dari kami.
Sampai bertemu lagi di lain waktu. See you again. Kita hitung sama-sama ya.
Let's sing together with Arumba.
Are you ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, come on! All about the fun, about Saturday night. All your niggas and all your body triggers, everybody see the fucking loud. You know I say telephone just around the corner from the bottom of the long road. Downtown rebel tell my face, baby, baby, do what you don't so. I'm slipping out the take on to all the friends that are going in. Missy and it just looking good, girl. So good and let me marry me. I'm gonna make it dance, make it fun, make it step for me out till the break of dawn. So get on the bus, step for more. Gonna get to the moon and come to my say.
Have fun going.
Do what I say.
Have fun going.
Do what I do.
Have fun going.
Come on.
Have fun living in the city. Have fun going.
Do what I say.
Have fun going.
Do what I do.
Have fun going.
So come on.
Have fun living in the city.
Come along, everybody, everybody need a place to be. It's got the beat, on the make up on PT, on the fucking bass street. Be swap, turn swap, friend swap, just what you gotta do. I say, ladies and gentlemen, it's what cause of what to you, and I say,
Have fun
do
going.
what I say,
Have fun
do
going.
what I do.
Have fun going.
Come on,
Have fun living in the city. Have fun
do what
going.
I say,
Have fun
do
going.
what I do.
Have fun going.
Come on,
Have fun living in the city.
this one got me so weird.
Woo! Here we go. Love it.
Let it be mine. My turn to dance. Making space up on the floor. Cause I really want to take this chance. Go! Just a move, just a move, just a move. You know I got no shame. I wanna do it again, I wanna do it again. I wanna do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Like it, like it, like it, like it. Oh, I gotta take a lot of long way to shake your fucking ass and put up me like you know what you're getting like it now. Cause I go, cool, go, hey out, girl, just when I want to be. I say, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy on me. Yes.
Have fun going.
Do what I say.
Have fun
Do
going.
what I do.
Have fun going.
Come on.
Have fun living in the city. Have fun going.
Do what I say.
Have fun going.
Do what I do.
Have fun going.
Come on.
Have fun living in the city. Have fun going.
Do
Have fun going. Have fun going. Have fun living in the city. Have fun going.
Do what I say.
Have fun going.
Do what I do.
Have fun going. Have fun.
Living in the city.
Please thank you very much. Applause for Saung Ujo for the performance. I hope you enjoyed the performance to kick off our session today. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to greet our VIPs today. We already have 3 distinguished keynote speakers here. The first keynote speaker comes from Korea University, Professor Hee-Dong Park. 안녕하세요, Professor. How was your flight, Professor?
Yeah, I just arrived yesterday. So this pre-event it was very enjoying and relaxing. So I can speak with no stress. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm very glad to meet you all of the attendees in this conference. Thank you.
Okay, and how do you enjoy the performance, Professor?
Some of the songs are traditional Indonesian song I cannot follow, but seems like a very popular song in Indonesia. And some of pop song, just ABBA's songs was familiar to me and make me more enjoyable. And it was a wonderful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kamsahamnida, Professor. And the second keynote speaker comes from Politeknik Negeri Bandung, Profesor Konika Wahyu, MN, PhD. Selamat pagi, Prof.
Selamat pagi.
Sehat, Prof? Bagaimana kabarnya?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih, Prof, sudah datang pada pagi hari ini.
Terima kasih juga sudah diundang.
Alright. The third keynote speaker comes from Politeknik Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. Dr. Ong Se-ching.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning.
Is it your first time in Indonesia?
Not actually. I went to Kalimantan before.
Oh, really?
First time to Bandung.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. That's nice. To what university, may I know?
No, it's for traveling, holiday.
All right. And then how do you compare iCast to other conference?
I think the welcoming performance is very energetic. I enjoyed it very much. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ong Se-ching. And then I would like also to greet Dewan Pengawas Politeknik Negeri Bandung, Director of Politeknik Negeri Bandung, Bapak Marwansyah, SE, MSc, PhD, Vice Directors, Head of Departments, and Managements of Politeknik Negeri Bandung, Chairman of Forum Dosen Politeknik Negeri se-Indonesia, FDPNI, Bapak Muhammad Nurdin, ST, MAB, Chairman of Indonesian Society of Applied Science, ISAS, Profesor Dr. Adrianus Amheka, STMN, Chairman of Forum Profesor Politeknik Negeri 4 Point, Profesor Surono, General Manager of PT PLN Persero, Kepala Badan Penelitian dan Pengembangan Daerah BP2D Provinsi Jawa Barat, Kepala Badan Perencanaan Pembangunan, Penelitian dan Pengembangan Daerah Bapelitbangda dari Kota Cimahi, Kota Bandung, Kabupaten Bandung, dan Kabupaten Bandung Barat, Vocational High School Principals, Industry Representatives, and all invitations. And I would also like to greet all honorable guests who are attending here in person and via the internet connection on our YouTube channel. Without further ado, let us now start our session by listening to the welcoming speech from the chairman of iCast 2024, Dr. Jacob Astor.
On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th International Conference on Applied Science and Technology, iCast 2024, with the theme Collaborative. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 7th International Conference on Applied Science and Technology, iCast 2024, with the theme Collaborative applied research and innovation for sustainable development. iCast this year feels more special because the first time iCast has been held on campus. Not only the conference, but we also have exhibition of posters, prototypes, and research products. 7 iCast 2024 was attended by representatives for 5 countries as presenters, keynote speakers, and organizers. We received 236 full papers submitted by authors from various fields. However, after going through several review process, only 158 high-quality papers were accepted to be presented in this event. I would like to extend my hearty gratitude to 3 keynote speakers, Professor Konika Wahyu of Politeknik Negeri Bandung, Professor Hidung Park of Korea University, South Korea, and Dr. Ong Tse of Politeknik Kuching Sarawak, Malaysia. 7 iCast 2024 would not be how it is without the support and advice from Director, Vice Director, Research and Community Services Center, and all participating for sharing and presenting their research in this conference. Highest appreciation to Indonesian Society of Applied Sciences, ISAS, Forum of Directors of Politeknik, State Politeknik Indonesia, and Forum of Professor of State Politeknik Indonesia. Special thanks go to the scientific committee and reviewers for their valuable work. Most importantly, this conference is supported by dedicated organizing committee and creative team who deserve my deepest thanks and highest appreciation. I invite Cepot as iCast mascot to this year to the stage. Please come stand beside me. Please stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the host of this conference, the Director of Politeknik Negeri Bandung will be delivering the welcoming remarks. Please welcome Bapak Marwansyah, SE, MSc, PhD.
Saya kehabisan topeng cepot, jadi harus tampil di sini. Nggak punya lagi topeng seperti Pak Yakob. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Very good morning to you all the participants of this conference. It is a great honor to welcome you to the International Conference on Applied Science and Technology 2024 in Politeknik Negeri Bandung. This conference marks a significant collaborative milestones representing the unified efforts of consortiums of state polytechnics in Indonesia. Together, these institutions have orchestrated an event that promises to be a beacon of knowledge, innovations, and sustainable progress. These prestigious organizations and groups have worked together to plan an event that will shine a light on innovations, knowledge, and long-term progress. iCast 2024 is aimed at bringing together researchers and experts in technology and social science from vocational educational institutions, research and development, industries, government, and the community to exchange and share ideas or knowledge through a discussion of a wide range of issues related to sustainable development. This conference is more than just a meeting. It is a fertile ground for cultivating a robust research and innovation ecosystem. We are dedicated to encouraging participants to explore and develop state-of-the-art sustainable technologies across a broad spectrum of disciplines, including engineering, technology, science, and management. Participants at iCast 2024 can look forward to a comprehensive program that includes insightful keynote speeches, exhibitions, and engaging panel discussions. We are confident that iCast 2024 will be an enriching and inspiring experience for all attendees. It will provide numerous opportunities for networking, collaborations, and the exchange of innovative ideas that address the pressing challenges of our time. We believe that the insights gained and the connections made during this conference will significantly contribute to the advancement of sustainable technologies and practices globally. I would like to express my profound gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee to all of the attendees, speakers, Forum of Directors of State Politeknik Indonesia, Forum Direktur Politeknik Indonesia, and organizers for their commitment to make iCast 2024 a success. Together we will explore new horizons and pave the way for significant advancement in sustainable technology. Sebelum saya akhiri, tadi saya lupa menyapa para tamu undangan. Our keynote speakers, Professor Koni, thank you Pak Koni, Professor Hee Deung Park from Korea, Dr. Ong Si Ching from Malaysia, and hadir juga bersama kita Bapak Rektor Universitas Nurtanio, Profesor Rudi Gultom, beserta jajarannya. Terima kasih Bapak-Bapak yang sudah hadir. Ketua Forum Direktur Politeknik Indonesia, Pak Muhammad Nurdin, sekaligus Direktur Politeknik Manufaktur Bandung, dan seluruh sahabat saya, rekan-rekan, para Direktur Politeknik dari seluruh Indonesia yang sudah hadir bersama kita hari ini. Akhirnya, welcome to iCast 2024. We look forward to a successful and impactful conference today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Marwansyah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming remarks delivered by the Chairman of Indonesian Society of Applied Science, ISAS. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Adrianus Amheka, ST, MN.
Thank you very much. Happy morning for all. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna speak with Indonesia. My apologies. With my fully respect for all, for my colleagues, Keynote speakers. So I'm gonna speak with Indonesia so people might understand what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, dan salam sehat bagi kita semua. Yang sangat kami hormati, my fully respect goes to Profesor Koni Kawaju sebagai keynote speaker for the iCast 2024. Professor Hee Deung Park, thank you very much for you coming here. Dr. Ong Se Ching, many respect for you, my colleagues, and dan juga Bapak yang mungkin tidak sempat hadir, calon kandidat Dr. Efrido Elias Tita. Ya, maaf kalau saya salah. I'm gonna speak Indonesia, so saya harus bicara one by one, sehingga tidak satu pun terlewatkan di dalam momen spesial. For the important moment, no one overpass what I'm talking. Yang kami hormati Ketua Forum Direktur Politeknik Negeri se-Indonesia, FDPNI, selaku pengarah dari Indonesian Society Applied Science. Ya, dengan hormat Bapak Muhammad Nurdin, terima kasih banyak Pak, betul-betul terima kasih. Ketua Komisi Penelitian FDPNI, Bapak Profesor Sarono, terima kasih Pak, sebagai yang juga Direktur Politeknik Negeri Lampung. Para Direktur Politeknik Negeri se-Indonesia yang hadir, Direktur Politeknik Negeri Bandung, terima kasih betul. Bapak Dr. Marwansyah, terima kasih betul. Sebagai host atau tuan rumah, beserta seluruh jajaran yang ada di Politeknik Negeri Bandung, dan yang sangat saya mau bilang apa ya, cintai, hargai, yang fenomenal hari ini, the Chair of the iCast 2024, Bapak Dr. Yakob Astor. Ini spesial tepuk tangan nih, ya. Dan semua rekan-rekan yang host di Politeknik Negeri Bandung yang mendukung penuh kegiatan iCast 2024 will be running well today. Barangkali mungkin dari Forum Komunikasi Pimpinan Daerah tadi juga berkesempatan hadir dari badan penelitian atau yang relevan yang ada di Bandung, dan juga instansi vertikal termasuk mitra-mitra kerja strategis Politeknik Negeri Bandung, rekan-rekan para kepala P3M, UP2M, Politeknik Negeri se-Indonesia. Mohon izin, saya harus satu persatu menyebutkan karena semua ini adalah kontributor penting dalam penyuksesan kegiatan hari ini. Yang kami hormati juga para pengawas ISAS. Terima kasih betul, Pak Dr. Insinyur Rambat Imbang Cahyono, terima kasih. Bapak Dr. Ahmad Takwa, kalau memang berkesempatan hadir, dan juga Prof. Lilik Sudi Ajeng. Ya, saya juga terima kasih kalau Pak Zar ikut, Pak Zainul Arif, ya, tadi malam sempat komunikasi, beliau juga menjadi insan penting dalam perjalanan iCast atau ISAS. Yang kami hormati juga Pak Ali Ridho Barokah, ya, Pak Dokter, terima kasih, Pak Direktur PENS. Ya, saya harus setiap kali menyebut, mohon izin spesial karena telah mendukung penuh ISAS melalui kantor sekretariat dan sharing server, ya, berbagai publikasi, dan hari ini bisa tampil di website dan lain sebagainya, itu karena good governance IT traffic yang luar biasa oleh teman-teman di PEN sebagai kantor kami. Yang kami banggakan, rekan-rekan pengurus ISAS, Wakil Ketua ISAS Ibu Dr. Mike, para koordinator bidang ISAS, khususnya bidang konferensi, saya harus menyebut juga dengan koordinatornya Bapak Dr. Muhammad Udin Harun Al-Rashid dari PENS yang tidak berkesempatan hadir. Terima kasih. Yang kami hargai dan hormati juga Bapak Ibu para profesor Politeknik yang tergabung dalam 4 Point, para akademisi, mahasiswa, birokrat, profesional, lembaga mitra, masyarakat, pemerhati ISAS, serta semua pihak, baik yang ada di dalam dan ada di luar negeri. Pertama-tama kami panjatkan syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas penyertaannya, ridhonya, sehingga saya kira mulai dari persiapan, tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Dr. Astor, sampai dengan pelaksanaan today, the 7th International Conference on Applied Science and Technology, or we call iCast 2024 di Politeknik Negeri Bandung, bisa terselenggara dengan baik. Saya ambil waktu untuk menyampaikan beberapa aspek penting, sekaligus bisa menyampaikan report kepada masyarakat. iCast 2024 ini tentunya menjadi momentum penting dalam memposisikan pendidikan vokasi, termasuk juga di dalam pendidikan tinggi vokasi, dalam konteks kesetaraan pada kualitas dan kuantitas mutu pendidikan tinggi secara global tentunya. iCast sendiri dalam keunikannya itu juga bisa kami terjemahkan secara konkret bahwa iCast ini memberikan informasi komprehensif, iCast ya, mulai dari 1 sampai dengan iCast hari ini, memberikan informasi komprehensif multiplikasi efek, Ibu Bapak, dalam diseminasi teknologi dan inovasi, baik dari sisi pengembangannya dan implementasinya. Kalau boleh saya rigid, di sini secara konkret iCast ini sejauh ini dari tren yang ada sampai ke-7 hari ini, iCast ini menjadi ruang orkestra dalam keselarasan spektrum pada penguasaan dan pengembangan disiplin ipteks dan spektrum diseminasi ipteks pada keterampilan dan pengetahuan praktis atau keahlian tertentu. Saya ingin menyampaikan dalam situasi seperti ini, iCast lah, kalau kita komparatif dengan, mohon maaf, dengan konferensi-konferensi yang ada, yang sepengetahuan kami tahu, belum bisa memilah dengan begitu cermat terhadap keselarasan dari spektrum akademik dan vokasi. Sepertinya demikian. Tapi semuanya masih fata morgana gitu. Tetapi spektrum itu sudah kelihatan jelas dan keselarasan orkestra ini melalui iCast sejauh ini. Hal ini tentunya dari evaluasi kualitas dampak iCast bagi insight, ya, bagi wawasan perguruan tinggi melalui histori pelaksanaan iCast sejauh ini, mulai dari 2018 di Manado, 2019 di Bali, 2020 di Padang, 2021 di Samarinda, dan 2022 di Polman, Bandung. Terima kasih waktu itu. Dan 2023 di Tarakan, Kalimantan Utara, dan hari ini kita kembali lagi ke daya tarik Bandung. Ada luar biasa varian lokasi iCast ini, Ibu Bapak, dengan tema-tema strategi telah cukup memberikan insight gitu atau wawasan bahwa iCast ini berdampak pada ketajaman wawasan bagi kita bahwa pendidikan tinggi vokasi ini atau vocational science ini adalah penyelaras inovasi yang sesungguhnya. Menurut saya gitu ya, penyelaras inovasi sesungguhnya. Nah, baik dari gagasan, ide yang bisa dikonkretkan yakni bermanfaat bagi kemaslahatan orang banyak. Ya, kira-kira yang kita sampaikan ini ya kita cermati dari tren dari paper tahun ke tahun tentunya ada unsur yang namanya inovasi sesungguhnya, gagasan yang luar biasa kalau mau dibilang. Dan tadi 254 paper dan ini menunjukkan juga tingkat kepercayaan masyarakat ilmiah terhadap iCast makin meninggi. Nanti kita lihat bagaimana dengan acceptance rate-nya sejauh ini semakin iCast semakin tinggi, ada relevansi juga dengan acceptance rates yang semakin rendah juga. Berarti kualitasnya naik. Ibu Bapak yang sangat saya hormati, saya izinkan waktu lagi. Sama halnya dengan tahun-tahun sebelumnya, di mana iCast 2024 ini sebagai pertemuan ilmiah tahunan, tadi sudah disampaikan Pak Dr. Astor, di mana ISAS sebagai penyelenggara dengan berkoordinasi bersama FDPNI. Ya, terima kasih betul, karena dengan tangan FDPNI lah kita bisa grow signifikan, progresif maksudnya. Dan tuan rumah Politeknik Negeri melalui para kepala UP2M, UP3M, dan para pengurus ISAS dalam hal ini Politeknik Negeri Bandung di hari ini. Ibu Bapak yang sangat saya hormati, ISAS telah berdiri sejak akhir 2019. Jadi sebenarnya kami juga punya konferensi yang namanya Sentrinov, itu dahulu Sentrinov sebelum iCast secara resmi, ISAS secara resmi ini berdiri. Yang mana kepengurusannya itu melibatkan rekan-rekan yang berasal dari seluruh Politeknik Negeri se-Indonesia sejauh ini, sesuai dengan peraturan perundangan yang ada di ADRT. Namun no limit, tidak hanya terbatas terhadap unsur pengurus dari Politeknik Negeri se-Indonesia. Ke depan kita akan ekspansi untuk berbagai stakeholder yang concern terhadap ilmu terapan. iCast 2024 ini tadi sudah disampaikan juga oleh Pak Chair dengan tema Collaborative Applied Research and Innovation for Sustainable Development. Itu bergeser dari tahun sebelumnya ya yang berkaitan dengan multidisciplinary partnership dari yang ada di Kalimantan Utara. Jadi semangatnya itu ke depan iCast ini bukan hanya akan bergeser ke berbagai pulau-pulau besar, termasuk kalau daerah saya di Timor berharap ada tangan dingin dari teman-teman dua politeknik, baik Politani maupun Politeknik Kupang menjadi host. Ini tantangan sebenarnya. Perbedaan ini di iCast 2024 ini adalah, Bapak Ibu, saya harus sampaikan, sepertinya audiens harus sedikit tenang dulu, ya, biar bisa didengar. Perbedaan di sini iCast 2024 ini adalah pada penerbit paper conference kali ini adalah di AIP Conference Proceeding. Itu terima kasih Pak Dr. Astor untuk mengambil langkah strategis untuk melakukan trade-off ya untuk layanan luaran iCast. Kita semakin hari semakin berkualitas. Ya, kita memilih juga publisher itu semakin hari semakin berkualitas. Kali ini kita coba dengan AIP Conference Proceeding. Saya terima kasih betul, ini luar biasa. Saya juga luar biasa izin menyampaikan bahwa di Bandung ini memang penuh sensasional, ya, yang kali lalu di Polman kalau tidak sempat atau karena saya tidak sempat hadir, kali ini ada 3D virtual reality show, reality display. Ini daya tarik tersendiri yang menjadi hal penting. Dan juga sedikit iCast kali ini juga yang keunikan berbeda drastis secara signifikan adalah selected topik, Bapak Ibu. Kita tidak gado-gado lagi, sudah specific track di mana hampir kalau dibilang mendekati ranting ilmu, ya, udah mendekati ranting ilmu nih. Tetapi bisa spektrum perbedaan dua namanya akademik dan vokasi itu terlihat. Baik itu dari social science, energy, engineering, digital history, digital industry, dan green infrastructure dan sebagainya. Nah, memang kita masih PR, Ibu Bapak, adalah di natural science. Ini yang memang harus lebih jeli terhadap spektrum ini. Terakhir, harapan kami melalui iCast 2024 ini mampu menjaring produk-produk invensi yang berorientasi hilirisasi selain sebagai ruang diskusi, identifikasi, dan konsultasi untuk menuju kolaborasi ilmiah internasional yang berkualitas dan berdampak ya, pada kontribusi riset-riset ilmiah global. Demikian Ibu Bapak sambutan dari kami, saya atas nama teman-teman pengurus ISAS, dan kami ucapkan limpah terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada semua pihak, terlebih kepada FDPNI dan juga kepada Direktur Politeknik Negeri Bandung, dan spesial buat guest star hari ini Pak Dr. Yakob ya, yang sudah sangat baik melaksanakan atau mengawal dengan baik. Demikian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Santi 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 Om. Nama budaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, dan terima kasih.
Alright, thank you very much, Professor Adrianus Amheka. Ladies and gentlemen, I would kindly ask your attention for the next welcoming remarks. Sekali lagi, Bapak dan Ibu, mohon perhatiannya untuk sambutan berikutnya. I would like to invite the Chairman of FDPNI to deliver the welcoming remarks and officially open the 7th iCast 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Muhammad Nurdin ST MAB.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sebelum lupa, saya menyapa dulu, Pak. Distinguished guest, Dr. Yakob Astor, STMT Conference Chair, yang tadi pakai cepot. Rekan saya sering ketemu kalau rapat, Pak, wakilin Pak Lektur. Marwan Shah, PSD, Director of Bandung Politeknik, or Polban. Profesor Dr. Adrianus Amheka, STMN, Chair of the Indonesian Society of Applied Science, ISAS, beserta jajarannya, ada Ibu Mika saya lihat, dan yang lainnya. Profesor Rudi Gultom, Rector of Nurtanio University. Tentunya Keynote Speaker, Profesor Koni Wahyu, MN, PhD, former Director of Polban, Pak. Prof. Hyung Park from Korea University, South Korea. Dr. Ong Si Ching, Kuching Politeknik, Sarawak, Malaysia. All our friends, all director of Politeknik from all around Indonesia. I had that is 26 director, respected speaker, esteemed participant, and attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let's remembering our friend, the late almarhum Mr. Ilyas, the director of Ujung Pandang Politeknik. Maybe you can see the video, please.
Mansur dan Haja Maimunah. Menikah dengan Ibu Hajar Murti. Dari kami mempunyai 3 orang anak, 1 laki.
Yang perginya mendadak, mudah-mudahan beliau mendapatkan tempat yang terbaik dan diberkahi dan dirahmati dan diampuni segala dosanya. Amin. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 7th International Conference on Applied Science and Technology 2024. We gather today with a shared vision of advanced knowledge, fostering innovation, and promoting collaboration within the realm of science and technology. Highest appreciation to ISAS, the Indonesian Society of Applied Science, who has always tried to run this international conference consistently, already 7 ya. Mudah-mudahan ke depan tambah kuat, tambah hebat dengan banyaknya profesor. Oh ya, lupa tadi saya ada sejumlah profesor yang kita undang juga untuk ikut berdiskusi mengembangkan forum ini ya, forum direktur. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the esteemed speakers, participants, and distinguished guests who have joined, but not only from Indonesia, I hope also from another country as well. We are honored to host you here at the State Politeknik of Bandung, where we strive to cultivate cutting-edge research and innovation for the benefit of society. The theme of today, iCast, is collaborative applied research and innovation for sustainable development. This theme reflects the challenges we face today, as well as the opportunity to create impactful solutions through science and technology. We live in an era where technology plays a central role in shaping our future. However, we must ensure that the innovation we pursue are not only transformative but also sustainable, benefiting both people and the planet. We believe in the power of collaboration. Through this conference, we hope to strengthen bonds among academic institutions, industry, and research communities, both locally and internationally. The presentation, discussion, and exchange that will take place here will undoubtedly pave the way for new ideas, partnership, and advancement in applied science and technology. I encourage all participants to engage actively in this session, to share your insight, and to explore opportunity for the future collaboration. Together, we can address some of the most pressing global challenges, from climate change and resource management to technological advancement in health, energy, and infrastructure. Maybe also pangan in Indonesia, ya. Pangan is also our focus. Okay, finally, I would like to thank the organizing committee for their hard work in putting together this remarkable event, and I wish all of you a productive and inspiring experience throughout this conference. With that, it is my great honor to declare iCast 2024 officially open. Let us embark on this exciting journey of innovation and discovery. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Nurdin. Bapak, please remain on the stage because I would like to invite to come forward to the stage for the next ceremony of opening. I would like to invite Director of Politeknik Negeri Bandung, Bapak Marwansyah, SAMSI PhD, the Chairman of Indonesian Society of Applied Science, ISAS, Professor Dr. Adrianus Amheka, Professor Sarono, the Chairman of Forum Professor Politeknik Negeri, 4 Point, and the Chairman of iCast 2024, Dr. Jacob Astor. Please take the angklung provided by the committee, and then you may shake the angklung all together after the count. All right, now let's count together. Okay, let's count together in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big round of applause for the second iCast 2024. All right, thank you very much for officially opening the conference. Sorry, but before you go back to your seat, please remain on the stage because we are going to take some pictures together. Bapak Marwansyah, Profesor Adrianus, Profesor Surono, and Dr. Yakob Astor, and also Bapak Muhammad Nurir, please remain on the stage because we are going to take some photos together on the stage and as well as with the audience. All right, can you please go downstairs because the photographers is going to take our pictures all together from the stage. Okay, nanti. All right, another picture. All right, another picture. Please stand up because we are going to take beautiful pictures here. All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our main agenda, the panel session. All presentations and discussions will be moderated by our moderator, Diantika Putri Andini, SST MSc. Allow me to read her short bio. Diantika Putri Andini is a lecturer with over 5 years of experience. She has been working on various types of projects in image processing, vision-based electronic systems, and electronics maintenance and repair. She earned her bachelor's degree from Electronics Engineering, Politeknik Negeri Bandung in 2014. She pursued her master's degree in 2016 at International Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, National Taipei University of Technology, and graduated in 2018. Some of her latest publications are Movement Classifications of Badminton Players using Human Pose Estimation based on Long Short-Term Memory, published in 2023 on International Journal of Integrated Engineering, and Practical Electronic Maintenance and Repair Technique to Support Sustainability Development in 2023, published on E3S Web Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Diantika Putri Andini.
Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see you here and welcome to iCast 2024.
All right, Budian, I am sure that as a lecturer, you have so many experiences in research and also in community service. So how do you relate your research or community service experience to today's topic?
Okay, let me introduce about my research in a brief section. Actually, my research is about the image processing, but it's developed into the sustainability development. So that's why maybe I'm chosen as a moderator here for supporting like a sustainability development here.
All right, thank you, Budian. So I am handing over this session to you.
Thank you, Ms. Farah. Okay. Please attention here, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. the distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, and also like the valued participants here. It is an honor to welcome you in this special keynote speaker sessions here. 7th International Conference on Applied Science and Technology iCast 2024. This conference bringing together some of the brightest minds in applied science and technology. And I am Diantika Putri Andini here, and I'm truly delighted to serve you as the moderator for this exciting session. We have a remarkable lineup of the speakers who are experts in their respective fields, and also we are fortunate to have 3 world-renowned experts with us today here. And the first one, I would like to give a brief biography for Professor Hee-Dong Park. Professor Hee-Dong Park has been a faculty member at the School of Civil, Environmental, and also Architectural Engineering Korea University, Seoul, South Korea since 2009. He holds a PhD in the Science and Bachelor of Science in Biology from Korea University. Professor Park's research focuses on microbial community compositions and also functions within environmental engineering systems here. And then to provide precise and high throughput analysis of environmental samples. His goal is to enhance the design and also operation of environmental engineering systems by identifying key microorganisms and genes. With over 160 international journal publications with the age index of 49, Professor Park has made a significant contributions to the field of biological wastewater treatment and the microbiome engineering. And then throughout his career, he has received numerous awards, including like the Excellent Book Award from the National Academy of Science. And then he has held leadership roles in the several professional organizations. And then introducing Professor Hee-Dong Park from Korea University, South Korea. Please join me in welcoming Professor Hee-Dong Park. Please give applause for Professor Park here.
Thank you very much for a very detailed introduction. The opening session made me less nervous in presenting my work. I thought about some research or presentation topic of this conference. The conference stands for sustainable development. I picked up one of the theme, fit with the topic. I chose sustainable management of food waste. How many of you know the management of food waste in Indonesia? How many of you? So I asked Risma, who helped me to bring an airport to the hotel yesterday. I asked her, how do you treat? How do you treat the waste, food waste in Indonesia? She said, most of the food waste, together with everyday waste, going to mostly in landfill. This concept is a kind of treatment or management of waste. So my view about the food waste is not a waste. It's kind of resource for generations of energy and the generations of valuable things, such as fertilizers or animal feed and so on. And also, this is based on some of science and technology. So I want to bring you some of the principles of how we extract energy and valuable things from food waste. Is there any way to, yeah. So food waste produced inevitably during our daily lives. How much of the food waste is generated daily or annually? So have you thought about this? So huge amount actually. So can I, anyway, to next slide. So can I control the slide? Okay. You know, most of the food, this is the not just the Indonesia case, it's a world statistics. Around 1/3 of the food waste, food is generated into waste. Believe 30%, 35% of the food is going to change into waste. This amount is around 1.3 billion tons, sometimes greater than this. So this amount of food waste is the amount is equivalent around 1 trillion US dollars. Huge amount of money. So for example, around all food and the vegetables, so 45% of that going to change into waste. And the fish and the seafood, 35%. And the 30% of cereals, and the 20% of dairy product, and 20% of meat, and poultry. So this is not a small thing. It's a big deal, actually. So how can we manage this one up to now? So, yeah. This is the statistics for the production of food waste by country. Number one country is China. Yeah, China, yeah, the population is around 150 million. Yeah. So this China produce around 90 million tons per year just for household food waste. So if we include some restaurant or food factory, this amount increase in double. So number two country is India, third Nigeria, number four is Indonesia. Indonesia produce actually huge amount of food waste is generated. So the question is, so what's the destination of the food waste? Next slide, please. This is the case of the United States. So around 40% going to the landfill side, and 18% composting, making fertilizer based on food waste. And so several ways for the management of the food waste. So let's look at the last one, anaerobic digestion. So anaerobic digestion is the theme that I want to explain to you. How about Indonesia? Next slide. So in case of Indonesia, around 70% of the food waste going to the landfills. And some of them, unfortunately, buried, and composting, open dumping, but no anaerobic digestion. The way to treat or manage food waste by anaerobic digestion. Why I chose this topic? Because this is a way to recycle or reuse or extract some valuable things from the food waste. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, this is a common picture of the landfill site. So landfill is just simple, just putting all of the waste to a certain remote site out of city. And however, so this way of the treatment makes huge amount of global warming gases, such as methane, nitrous oxide, and the carbon dioxide. In terms of total global warming house gases, landfill only contribute 5%. It's a huge amount. And also, not well managed landfill site produce wastewater. So very toxic, high concentrations of landfill makes some unwanted leachate. So this is a kind of toxic wastewater containing not just only organic matter, but also heavy metals, not for our health. Next slide, please. How about anaerobic digestion? So anaerobic digestion is a way to stabilize organic waste under anaerobic condition. So what's the action of this? This is stabilization by the help of power of microorganisms. What's the benefit of this? The first, renewable gas can be produced, methane. Methane is the composition of just a natural gas. So can be used for household warming, not Indonesia, but household kitchen purpose, or sometimes vehicles. And also this one reduce the greenhouse gas production significantly. And also this one produced valuable things, including fertilizer and animal feed and so on. Next slide. Yeah, this is a general view of anaerobic digestion. Let's look at the reactor, anaerobic digester. So anaerobic digesters collect, for example, livestock waste, crops, food waste, wastewater. So food waste is a source or feedstocks for anaerobic digesters. I said that anaerobic digester is a bioreactor for stabilizing organic waste by the help of microorganisms. So the help of microorganisms is important. So by controlling and optimizing microorganisms in the anaerobic digester, we can obtain valuable things. I said biogas, mostly methane gas, and also digest. Digest can be used for fertilizers and also animal feed. So this way, I want to say, very sustainable approach for our natures and also for our daily lives. Next step. From now on, there is some complicated science and engineering. So the steps for making methane gas or reduction of waste amount, I said is an action of microorganisms can be classified various of stages. The first stage, complex molecule, is integrated simpler ones. For example, sugar, fats, and protein, and so on. These ones can be hydrolyzed in first by the action of microorganisms. Hydrolysis product can be fermented by acidogenesis and acetogenesis. End up, two main products can be obtained. One is acetate, the other one is hydrogen. Those two components are source of methane productions. And also I want to say that this is not just action of one or two kinds of microorganisms. Several thousands of microorganisms in the reactor collaborate together and produce methane gas. The first one, you cannot see clearly, acetic acid can be cleaved into methane and CO2. We call it as acetic-lactic pathway. Another way is to making methane from hydrogen. Hydrogen can be used to reduce CO2 and making methane. We call it as hydrogenotropic pathways. Next slide, please. Basically, the methane production is an action between fermenting bacteria and methanogenic archaea. It's a collaboration. This collaboration is very important. So I said that fermenting bacteria produce hydrogen acetate. So methanogenic archaea use those two products for making methane. So next slide. Okay, this one can be explained like this. So fermenting bacteria produce diffusible electron molecules, and the electrons can be accepted by methanogenic archaea. So for example, hydrogen and fomate, those are diffusible electron carrier. However, there is some limitation of this. The first, this one involve so complex metabolic pathway to make those two diffusible electron carrier. Another one is thermodynamically. The production of this thermodynamically infeasible. In other words, always low amount of hydrogen and fomate are produced. So this one pretty much depend on molecular diffusion from fermenting bacteria to methanogenic archaea. That's why. So methane formation or anaerobic digestion is very slow. The detention time in general at least 20 days, sometimes 50 days, too long. And also because this process is a collaboration among other bacteria or archaea, so it is not easy. So complicated and difficult and not easy to operate. However, next slide. One way is directly transfer electrons from fermenting bacteria to methanogenic archaea, not through the diffusible electron carrier. We called this way is a direct interspecies electron transfer. Around 20 years ago, Professor Lovely in the University of Amherst at Massachusetts and Amherst found that some of microorganisms directly transfers to other microorganisms externally. This is makes our understanding more widely and change our concepts for electron transfer to other bacteria. Next. So by transferring electrons directly, then this one is much faster than electron transfer through diffusible electron carriers. So what about application to anaerobic digestion to this? This is the main question of my today's talk. Next. Next is, there are three possible ways of direct interspecies electron transfer have been reported. First way is a kind of wire. So microorganisms produce electrically conductive wire. These wires connect to other microorganisms, directly transfer electrons. Second way is based on some of the proteins so embedded in membrane or outer surface. They can be used for sending electrons to other microorganisms. And the third way is using conductive material, such as magnetite, carbon material, and so on. So I want to say about third approach. So conductive material can be some of electrical wire or some way. So one of the bacteria can charge the conductive material, charged conductive material can transfer electron to other microorganisms. Next slide. So our research group start to make a journey for identifying the principle and mechanism of the microorganisms involved in direct interspecies electrons through conductive material. So next slide, please. The first conductive material is granular activated carbon. That's a carbon material, highly conductive, and have many functional groups mediating electron transfer. So previously, some researchers already reported that. So by addition of activated carbon into the digester can enhance anaerobic digestion efficiency. At the time, the researchers claimed that activated carbon has an absorption capacity, which means some of toxic chemicals can be absorbed by the activated carbon. That's why anaerobic digestion efficiency increase. Or activated carbon itself is a absorption of microorganisms involved in anaerobic digestion. That is the way. But there is another chance. Granular activated carbon, conductive material, may facilitate transfer of electrons between two groups of microorganisms involved in methane formation in anaerobic digestion. So next slide. So I want to answer for some of the research questions. So is it possible to generate condition of diet by addition of GAC in the reactor? Second question is, what kind of microorganisms will be enriched? Enriched means concentrated through this process. Third question is, what are the potential benefits of diet, direct interspecies electron transfer in anaerobic digestion? Next question is, so we, for answering for these questions, we operate continuous flow stirred tank reactor. So one reactor, no addition of GAC. The other one with GAC. We compared methane transformation rate and the amount, and we investigate microorganism in there. Next question. Next slide. This is the operational data. The red one is the performance with GAC. Blue one is the performance without GAC. As you can see, the production rate is much higher. When we add GAC, the amount is around 2 times high. Wow, this is some exciting result. And the next one, and also the treatment efficiency. So treatment efficiency also when we add GH much better than without GAC reactor. Next slide. And we want to know, oh, thank you. I need this one. Yeah. Next question is, so we only added the GAC in the reactor, 1% of the volume. So it's a small amount. So the question is, what kind of microorganisms are important? For example, just a suspended microorganism, microorganism attached on the GAC. So for answering to these questions, we obtained the performance data. This graph shows just a GAC and the bulk solution. Right one, we separate bulk solution and the GAC microorganism. You can see on the right side of the graph, green ones, the GAC microorganism was much faster than the microorganisms in the bulk. So we can deduce that the higher efficiency of methane formation comes from microorganisms on the surface of the GAC. And also we investigated microorganisms for different samples. We see that on the right side, so the microorganisms, the color indicated the composition of the microbial community. So you can see that the DAC attached microorganisms are quite different from the bulk suspended microorganisms. And we found that by times go on, the Geobacter and Thora and the Godonia species are much higher proportion. Geobacter is the first microorganisms showing external electron transfer by Dr. Lovely. Wow, these microorganisms increase in proportion by addition of the GAC. So we can deduce that some microorganisms involved in electron transfer externally may be important in the performance differences. And also, we traced the archaeal group. Microorganisms can be divided into two, bacteria and archaea. Archaea also different, but the difference was not so high. And we found that Methanospirillum and the Methanolinia species are enriched by the GAC addition. The question is, what are the relevance of the enriched microorganisms? So by addition of the GAC in the reactor. Left one is a control reactor, no GAC addition. Right one is a GAC added reactor. This one is a network analysis, just like you like SNS, just a close relationship to someone. So you can see that in the left one, Methanospirillum and Geobacter, no statistically important connection. However, In the right side, methanolsulpirillum and the geobacter in the GAC reactor. Some positive relationship. So this is indirect evidence. The geobacter and the methanolspirillum, one is producing electron transfer to a conductive material. Methanolspirillum use the electrons for methane production. This is not a direct evidence, but can be sufficient for showing this is a quite close relation. Another evidence for direct interspecies electron transfer is using cyclovoltammetric analysis. We test with GAC and no GAC condition. For with GAC biomass, can you see some of the peaks on that? The peak around minus 0.35 is a typical peak for acetate oxidation. We added acetate for the operation of the reactor. And another peak in the downside is the CO2 reduction peak. So this is another evidence. Our hypothesis, acetate is oxidized by geobacter, and oxidation produce electrons and transfer to conductive material. Electrons in conductive material is used by some of methanogenic archaea produce methane, like this. More research question. I think this is a good result. So anaerobic digestion can be speed up by addition of 5 minutes. Okay, I will speed up. Yeah. Not just only methane production. I will speed up my presentations. The question is, how does increase methane production by GAC? And another question is, other conductive material except for GAC, is it good or not? And another question is, how to mitigate adverse operation and environment condition in methanogenesis by diet? And several questions we have. I want to speed up. Well, so we used metagenomic analysis by shotgun sequencing, and we found that the CO2 reduction pathway increased instead of acetic-lastic pathway. Is this another evidence? So GAC addition facilitate diet in the reactor. Oops. And also we reviewed many articles, and we found that not just only GAC, other conductive material, such as biochar, graphene, magnetite, CNT, carbon cloth, they are also can be applicable to diet in anaerobic digestions. And also we found that so the GAC and the magnetite have a different mechanisms in facilitating methane production enhancement. And also this technique can be useful to mitigate some of the harmful effect. The red line indicate by addition of GAC, just a black line with no GAC. Low pH and the high organic loading, and also ammonia and the sulfate. All of the cases, by addition of the GAC, can mitigate some of the harmful effect of anaerobic digestion. can you put that one? We used, yeah, so this is a motion picture, but I want to skip this one. The question is, how can we maintain the conductive material in a digest a long time? So we developed a plastic foil containing carbon cloth was also effective for this one. So time is not enough, so I want to summarize and show some of the things. I think supplementation of the GHG has a benefit to increase the methane production and the methane recovery. Okay. Okay. So one more thing. Okay, so this one. So as I know, some of you are interested in material science. Material science would facilitate the development of the conductive material. So I want to skip this one. Okay, so the last one. How about South Korea for treating food waste? We separate food waste and the general waste, and we make compost fertilizers and animal feed. So this is the best way in the treatment or management of the food waste, and many countries respect this way. However, Korean government changed the strategies. Why? The huge amount of fertilizers, huge amount of the animal feed produced by anaerobic treatment or other way, so it's too much. And from now on, Korean administrators change it to use them for energy, not for compost and animal feed. This try can be some milestones for changing the management of the food waste, I think. Okay, several researchers involved in this research. The last name, Dikting Maulana, he is the PhD student under my group. He is Indonesian, and he is a lecturer in Unpad. And after degree of the after finishing the degree, he will join this conference maybe in near future. Thank you so much for listening my talk.
Yes, thank you. Check. Okay, are you still here right now? Yes? Okay, because we will continue to the next keynote speaker. But before I go to the next speaker sessions, thank you for Professor Park for your fascinating and a deep understanding presentation about exploration microbiology community function, right? Okay. And then in the environmental system has been truly insightful for our today's sessions. And then for the next keynote speaker, I will just give the brief biography for Professor Koni Kurniawan Wahyu, MN PhD. Okay. And then Professor Koni Kurniawan Wahyu is a distinguished expert in energy systems and a professor of energy planning and policy analysis in Politeknik Negeri Bandung. And he earned his PhD in energy planning and policy from Australia University, and also like the Master of Engineering Energy in the Thailand. And he also holds a Sarjana Teknik Elektro, Bachelor's of Electrical Engineering in the Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. With a career spanning decades, Professor Koni has held various teaching and administrative things, positions in Politeknik Negeri Bandung. His teaching portfolio includes courses on energy efficiency and also like energy audit, energy management, and then waste management. In addition to his academic roles, Professor Koni is actively involved in research on energy systems. Professional affiliation include membership in organization such as the World Energy Council and also like Masyarakat Ketenagalistrikan Indonesia, where he holds leadership position in human resources development. Introducing Professor Koni K. Wahyu, MN PhD, an esteemed professor at Politeknik Negeri Bandung. His expertise has been instrumental in shaping the way we approach energy challenges today, and particularly in developing effective solutions for energy sustainability. Please join me in welcoming Professor Koni K. Wahyu to the stage.
Good. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, my topic this session is innovative smart energy solution for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow innovators, welcome to this keynote session. We explore cutting-edge innovating in smart energy solutions that are paving the way for a sustainable future with a focus on development, monitoring, system method, and technology. This is in line for Polytechnic education system with the concentrate to applied science and developing technology. Today we are at the beginning of the significant transformation in the way of produce, distribute, and consume energy. This transformation is not just an opportunity, it is a necessity for survival of our planet and well-being for the future generation. The need for innovation in energy. The global energy demand is growing at an unprecedented rate. Traditional energy sources, primary fossil fuel, are not only finite but also detrimental to our environment. Climate change, pollution, and resource depletion are pressing issues to require immediate and sustained action. Innovative smart energy solutions offer a path forward, enabling us to meet our energy need while minimizing our environment footprint. The pillar of smart energy solution we elaborate into 4 areas: renewable energy integration, smart grid digitalization, energy efficiency, and distributed energy resources. The key pillar of the energy solution to the interactivity of each component, we consider the 4th pillar. It's representing an essential component of sustainable energy future. Renewable energy integration, solar, wind, combined with the energy storage innovation will support the sustainable energy development. Smart grid digitalization, modernizing grid and with Internet of Things and AI for the real-time energy management. The third Energy efficiency, this is very famous in Indonesia, especially in the commercial, household, and industry. Optimizing energy use through the building automation and industrial efficiency improvement. The last, distribution energy sources, utilizing microgrid and enabling peer-to-peer review energy trading. The next, how to relate between the energy efficiency, distribute and energy resources, DER, and microgrid system technology. From the figure, we can see the diagram illustrate the relationship between energy efficiency, distributed energy resources, and microgrid system technology within a smart energy solution. Energy efficiency focus on optimizing energy consumption in building and industry, reducing waste and improving performance. While the distributed energy resources DERs include the small-scale resources such as solar, wind, batteries, clean and green energy integrated into the local energy system. The microgrid system technology manage and distribute energy autonomously or in connection with the main grid, ensuring the energy resilience and reliability. The relationship between the energy efficiency for microgrid system technology interact with the smart energy sustainability system. We can see from the figure. Energy generation, solar or wind, is a renewable energy sources fed into the system, while the energy storage battery store excess energy for the later use. Sometimes if we can store the electricity to the battery in one day, we can do the retail billing to the customer directly. Microgrid system manage the balance of energy distribution locally or in coordination with the main grid. Energy efficiency optimize energy use in building and industry, reducing overall energy demand. The smart grid connect the microgrid and users, ensuring the efficient energy distribution. And last, the residential and industrial user receive optimized and sustainable energy through the system. So this is the mostly very high demand in Indonesia. Therefore, the role of energy policy and collaboration, the government policy and international cooperation are critical to accelerating the adoption of smart energy solutions. The collaboration between government, private sector, and companies and research institutions is essential to develop and implement innovative energy technology. The research institution should provide technology and applied science or methodology development. So, the case study that have been done in our center, the first is clean and green energy. We published the optimal electric supply system based on the clean energy transmission on ICT PAP done by PLN, collaboration with the University of Gajah Mada in 2023. The smart energy monitoring system. This is initially with the research and published the paper in Republic of Czech, Prague. Method for voltage drop monitoring on side and medium voltage feeder into 2020. This is the initiation of smart energy system for future development. Then we contribute the determination of distribution generator in feeder development for electric vehicle loads. This is presented on ICT PAP seminar. The third is the capital loss through the injecting green power into the main distribution feeder as expansion EV station load. The fourth, this is the optimal location and capacity distribution generator in expanding load distribution in smart city. This will be published in IRESA, Italy. This is all the case study that we have done in our research center. So the smart grid and energy efficient will be focuses on how to create the energy smart using an energy in grid system, using the monitoring and implementing the technology, how to monitor all the feeder losses in the system. So the future research on smart energy solution will be integrated research on clean and energy with integrate solar, wind, bioenergy to reduce reliance on fossil fuel. There's also, we can do the research on smart feeder implementing the distribution generation. Smart feeder focus on developing advanced control algorithm and sensor technology to monitor and manage the power distribution in real time. The fourth, the carbon capture research focus on developing technology is for the industrial processes and power plant before entering the atmosphere. This can be used for CO2 to inject the advanced recovery for the oil or gas. Next is the research focuses on wholesale wheeling, and also the retail wheeling can be done for micro grid. For the ASEAN country, maybe in the future will be the power exchange. We'll integrate the system from Singapore to Indonesia or Indonesia to Singapore. So the technology development, we think that in the future we have to not only to have the information, all the system connected to the electricity, but also we can reduce or make it the lower cost of implementing or apply using a lot of sensor in the grid. So the method will be developed to have a very little data. If you know that all the smart city or micro grid system monitoring, they are using a lot of sensor. Say, for instance, the distribution substation provide to or deliver through the 10,000 feeder. Every main feeder has at least one lateral feeder. Say 10,000 main feeder has 1,000 lateral feeder. So we have 10,000 multiplied by 1,000. There is a lot of meter or sensor put it in all the lateral feeder. So if we calculate, even the sensor is not so expensive, but all 20,000 sensor will be cost very, very high. To eliminate this, we can substitute with the method. So we need only one current base in the output of the distribution substation. So we can notice all the node or point in all lateral feeder that connected to the consumer. That is the thing of this kind of technology. Using the software, Python software, and connect with the Teltonic, we can provide the database, the big database in the e-cloud, and after that we can retrieve it to provide a real-time monitoring system for all the losses, so we can anticipate how the distribution generator can put it in place into the very high demand. I think that is the technology development on a smart grid, smart energy solution. So I think the conclusion is, it is clear that innovative smart energy solution hold the key to sustainable future. By embracing renewable energy, modernizing our grid, improving energy efficiency, and fostering collaboration, we can create energy landscape that is not only sustainable but also resilient and equitable. So we hope this contribution or collaboration will be improved in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Give applause for Professor Connie. Okay, thank you, Professor Connie, for such an enlightening and presentations. And then your expertise in energy systems and energy management has certainly provided us with valuable insights into the future of energy planning systems. And then for the next one, this is last but not certainly at least, I'm honored to introduce Dr. Ong Ze Ching, a highly respected researcher from the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Politeknik Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. Dr. Ong's work focuses on innovative water harvesting technologies that address critical challenges in water scarcity and access to clean water, especially in rural and underdeveloped regions. Dr. Ong is also certified by Autodesk in various software applications, such as like the AutoCAD and Inventor, and is a Google certified educator. He has made a significant contribution in both academia and industry, leading research projects in areas such as rainwater harvesting, garnet recycling systems, dielectric spectroscopy. And Dr. Ong has been a lead researcher for several national level projects, including the TVET Applied Research Grant Scheme. And then he has received numerous awards for innovation, include gold and bronze medals and international competitions and festivals. And then his roles as a reviewer for international journals and also like a supervisor for PhD and diploma students, he has earned recognition for his dedication to education and research, receiving the Best Employee Award twice during his tenure. And then please join me in welcoming Dr. Ong Ze Ching to the stage. Give applause. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Chairperson, for the kind introduction. So, a very good morning. First of all, to the General Chairman of iCast, okay, Dr. Yaakob, fellow keynote speakers, okay, Professor He, Jung Park, okay, and Professor Connie, distinguished colleague, esteemed guests, all researchers and innovators. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committees of iCats, led by General Chairperson Dr. Jacobs and the Vice Chairman Dr. Amy for inviting me to deliver a keynote today. So it's a great honor to be here in the city of flowers, okay, Bandung, and I sincerely appreciate the efforts of the entire committees to bringing us together in this meaningful event. So my research is actually focused more to the integrations of modelings and simulations and applied research in mechanical engineering, particularly optimizing process like heat and mass transfer in fabrication works. So for today's keynotes, with the title of Advancing Applied Research and Innovations Through Modelings and Simulations, we have shared a bit about heat and mass transfer in membrane fabrication works. So I'm excited to share with you these insights with you and explain the possibilities that lie ahead for us in this rapid evolving world. So here it will be my presentation layout. First of all, I will share a bit about what is membrane technologies with you and the applications. Then we will talk about the two most common materials that we use for membranes, namely polymers and ceramics. Then we will have a look on the benefits of integrating modeling and simulations into the applied research before I share with you some of my case studies or research works, which actually involve heat and mass transfer. And last and for all, the contributions of this research. So before the inventions of membranes, we have this filtration process, which is the most conventional separation process, with the particles actually involved larger than 10 microns. So as we can see from the figures here, if we have liquids as the substance with solid residuals, so basically the filtrations happens by the filter papers itself. So once we pour in, and then the solid residuals will be trapped by the filter papers, and we will have the filtrate as our output. So the problems of these filtrations is normally it will require frequent cleanings and of course the formations of cake. So this is not the common cakes that we want to eat. Yeah, cakes here refer to the blockage actually, and it's not good for separation process. So moving to the inventions of membranes. So what is membranes? Membranes, we can define it as a selective barriers that only allow certain substance to pass through. For example, liquid, gases, particles, while blocking another particles which based on size, charges, or chemical properties. Also, if you look at the figures here, if we have a membranes, where we have a raw water as our feed. So basically, we can see the membranes actually blocking the black particles. Okay, actually membranes, there are several categories of membranes, namely microfiltrations, ultrafiltrations, nanofiltrations, reverse osmosis, gas separations, pervaporations, and dialysis. So there are difference in their pore size. So the one I think we are quite familiar with be RO, which if we use it in desalination process. So in order for us to obtain fresh water from salt water, basically we will apply some pressure to the membranes, and it will block the salt particles from passing through. Then as the output, we will obtain fresh water. So membranes are actually widely used in several industry and applications, namely water treatments for food beverages, gas separations, and in pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. So we can see that why is it membranes is very important. So of course to support the SDG, sustainability goal. So the first one will be water conservation here. This one is, I think, is linked with SDG number 6, right? So during wastewater treatment process, okay, it's able to filter some pollutants treatments, and of course we would like to recycle the wastewater if possible, okay, for water conservation. And we can see that membranes also able to reduce environmental impacts, where if we have industry which utilize a lot of industry, chemicals usage, and before it's been released into the environments, actually we would like to filter it to reduce the effects. So it's actually to cater the waste and pollution. So also we can see that membranes is actually a very energy effective separation process as compared to the traditional one, where for example in desalination process, where we requires to boil to heat up into the boiling temperature so that evaporations can happen. So membranes do not require such energy. And last and for all, in these growing applications, in this advanced research, if we are able to actually integrate membranes to form a MOOC more advanced products, namely fuel cells and carbon capture. It will be in a better form. So moving to the most two common materials that we use for membranes, namely polymer. Okay, so polymer is actually widely used compared to ceramic. However, our subject of interest here will be ceramic. Polymer, of course, the advantage of using polymer membranes are due to easy to cast. Then it's when you want to scale up, okay, it's easy to do so. So it's actually low cost. However, there are several drawbacks to the polymer membranes. So actually, it has a very short lifespan. Then its incapability to withstand harsh chemical. So it also has low thermal resistance. And lastly, it have a very limited mechanical condition actually. So there are several ways to prepare polymer membranes. So I'm not going to run through all of this. Just the video here is actually, it's about the phase inversions lah. So I'm not sure whether you have seen how to actually recast polymer membranes. If I'm allowed to play this one.
Phase inversion is the most common technique for producing polymeric membranes of a variety of morphologies. The technique relies on the phase separation of a homogeneous polymer solution in a non-solvent medium where the polymer does not dissolve in, but the solvent in the polymer solution is fully miscible with. The membranes can be flat or hollow fiber. Furthermore, using various templating methods or by making use of fluid flow instabilities, non-conventional membrane geometries can be formed, such as corrugated sheets, twisting, or meandering hollow fibers. Using this technique, dense membranes, porous membranes which are symmetric throughout the cross-section, or asymmetric with a selective skin layer can be formed. In a typical case, the polymer solution is first filtered through a metal mesh to remove dust or other suspended solids that may cause defects in the resulting membrane. The polymer solution is cast at a certain thickness to have a flat membrane or spun through a spinneret together with a bore liquid that forms the hollow core of the fiber. Before coagulation in a liquid non-solvent medium, a pre-coagulation step may be applied, such as solvent evaporation under the flow of a dry, inert gas, or vapor-induced phase inversion in a humid air atmosphere. These processes, in the case of hollow fiber membrane fabrication, take place in the air gap between the spinneret and the coagulation bath. Rate of phase inversion, which is a crucial aspect determining the resulting membrane morphology, can be monitored online under a microscope by placing a drop of polymer solution between a slide and a cover slip and introducing the non-solvent from the side.
Okay, hopefully you
The polymer solution becomes
like the video. So you can see that from the video, it's actually easy for us to cast the polymer membranes. So, however, sometimes in some industry actually, we will opt for ceramic membranes rather than the polymer membranes due to the aforementioned disadvantage. So in industries such as oily water treatments, juice clarifications, heavy metal removal, and protein separation actually, we would like to use ceramic membranes. So of course, the advantage of ceramic membranes is actually to counterback the disadvantage of polymer membranes. However, when we want to utilize ceramic membranes, there is only one disadvantage, which is it actually has a high cost. So later on, we will see how we are able to actually reduce the impact of this high cost. So similar to polymer membranes, so there are several methods for us to actually prepare ceramic membranes. So I'm not going to go through all of this. So the next slide I would like to share is what will be the benefits before we actually engage ourselves with applied research. If possible, we would like to have the modeling and simulations approach. So first of all, of course, this approach, it's a low cost. You only require computers actually to run the modeling and simulation works. Then in speed-wise, I think with the current CPU, with the current advanced processor, it will be relatively fast. So also in modeling and simulations, we are able to play around with a lot of data actually, a lot of variables with parameters that we can provide. so that we are able to have complete informations in the sense of simulate realistic, actual, and ideal conditions. So if we are like to utilize finite element analysis, FEA, so basically we can see that from the figures here, we can plug in a lot of nodals, okay, right-hand side, bottom figures here. So that one is, we can say that as a virtual sensors in our solid material. So basically with that sensor, it will be able to actually measure and determine small changes. So in regards with the conditions and durations also, basically modeling and simulations are boundary, no boundaries, okay, no limits. And result-wise, I think with the current advanced AI technologies, if you are able to integrate into our modeling algorithm, it should be quite precise. And last and for all, if you like to have optimize any process in the industry, in the respect to energy and time consumptions and product qualities, so I think modeling and simulations will be a right approach before we do the fabrication work. So we dive into the case study of the research itself. So as we can see that just now from the membranes, the disadvantage will be high cost. So the high cost will be mainly due to 3 factors here, namely sintering temperature, then you have the membranes material and preparation procedure. So basically the first 2 sintering temperatures is approximately around 1000 to 1002 degrees C. So it's 50 to 60% of the melting temperature. Nothing much we can do about that. Then for membranes material also, so we would like to have alumina, zinc-rona, or certain material to suit certain application. Therefore, I don't think we can manipulate with that materials composition. So the only things that we can improve during this membranes preparation process will be the preparations. So the ceramic membranes, this solid matrix will be our case study here. So for ceramic membranes, we can see that the top layers is the separations, is the crucial layers actually. So normally it consists of what we call the hygroscopic material, as the lower part of the solid matrix consists of non-hygroscopic material, which only as a support material. So hygroscopic material is our subject of interest because it's actually have a higher water retention. So it's, the water is hardly removed in that layer, and actually cracks, defects normally will occur in that layer. So I think all of us know what is a drying process, right? Every day we are exposed to what is drying process. In a general wise, you will have a wet body, and then by times go on, you will have a complete dry body. Okay, however, as we can see, actually drying is not that straightforward, that simple. So if we dive into the typical drying curve, we can see that each and every material, they will consist of different drying rate. So the common drying rate here will be constant rate period, okay, which means the dryings are relatively fast as compared to period number C here, which we call the falling rate number 1. So as for hygroscopic material, we have another additional period, which we call it denotes it as second falling rate period, where is the removal of bound water mechanism. So moving to the kinetic diffusivity or the force behind each and every phases. So basically there are 2 only, namely capillary and vapor diffusions. So the problems that we intend to solve to investigate this will be to solve the shrinkage and repage. So as you can see that losses due to convective drying, if in industry, it can make up to 10%. Okay, so we would like to reduce the 10% here. So from the problem statement for our study, actually, we can see that different stages of drying is actually induce different uniform stresses. So with the experimental approach, since that the membranes can be as thin as micro or nanometers, so we like to utilize modeling and simulations here. So the first objective for our studies will be to develop good mathematical models that are able to capture, to plug into multi-layer structures such as membranes. And then, of course, first of all, we need to come up with a relevant saturation curve, drying curve basically. And last and for all, we would like to investigate all the transport variables or mechanisms in this drying process. So moving to the methodology for this modeling works, it involves 3 independent variables, namely pore water, temperature, and gas pressure. Then we have the dependent variable, all the conservations law here. Of course, we have the problems that we like to solve, and the novelty, the new things for this model will be the bound water itself, and then it will be able to actually plug into membranes or multi-layer structure. So I won't go through the mathematical models. I think it will be quite lengthy to explain one by one. However, anything on the left-hand side will be at the respect of time, and on the right-hand side will be in the respect of space. So there are 3 actually, So after that, with that models, using a chain rule, we are going to plug it into a K matrix, stiffness matrix, capacity matrix, and J, which is the flux matrix. Then we utilize the finite elements to solve these algorithms, and we run it in a Fortran programming. So why we opt for Fortran actually, because we are able to put in all the equations, the novel equations that we think is possible to integrate with each and every process compared to the conventional available software. So as for our result, first of all, we need to, since we have a novel mathematics model, so we are required to run some validations work to compare with the experimental or compute result from other model itself. Basically, we can see that from all the validations work that we obtained here, we have quite a close agreement. So also we do investigate on what we call the evaporation front. What is the movement actually, a drying movement to the front. So on the pattern side also, we are able to require the same pattern. We are able to obtain the same pattern. So this will be the finite elements approach that we use. Okay, it will consist of 51 nodes and 12 elements. So we do this side boundary drying. So we can see that a lot of results that we are able to obtain from this. Namely, first of all, will be saturation. So as for saturation, we can see that from the first figure is a starting point, and then the last figure will be the ending of the drying process. So within that, what we can conclude from the result, we can see that dryings are relatively slower in hygroscopic layers, where by time passed by, once we enter the falling red period, which is the figure number 3 and number 4 here, we can see that evaporations from recede towards the end. So we can see that for non-hygroscopic area, actually it dried faster compared to a hygroscopic material. Also, we can have a look on temperature. We can investigate on the temperature, which we can see that, of course, when it's involved side drying, and since the non-hygroscopic materials, they are able to disperse the water easily, so temperature are relatively higher near the heating source from the side. However, moving to the falling red period, we can see a more average temperature due to the water conductivity. Okay, the next one I think will be gas pressure here. So gas pressure, as I mentioned earlier, in the constant rate period, actually, we have capillary actions. So So there will be no vapor diffusion in the constant rate period, okay? However, when it's moved to the falling rate period, so you can see that pressure are building up in the hygroscopic area at first, initially, and later on, it's pressure build up in the non-hygroscopic material towards the second part of the falling rate period. So also from the modeling works, we can investigate also the driving force or the diffusivity. So it actually aligns to the theory itself. We can see that capillary mechanism will be the main acting force in the constant rate period, where when we enter falling rate period, we have vapor diffusions. As for hygroscopic materials, you have another additional one, which is falling rate period number 2, where the bound water mechanism kick off. So as of conclusion, we can say that we have achieved our objective here. And then, of course, with the validations work with several experimental and what we call simulations data, it's actually, we obtain quite satisfactory result. So generally drying, we can say we have a constant rate period and a falling rate period. So last conclusions that we are able to make from this research work will be hygroscopic materials actually inherent a lower drying rate. So these are the references used. And last, I think my last slide is regarding the contributions of this case study. Okay, so first of all, thank you, already went, huh? 1 more minute. Okay, so actually I'm unable to conclude that one, never mind. So actually, I would like to reiterate that with the profound impact of modelings and simulations, hopefully we can actually use it to integrate it together in our applied research and innovation, especially in the domains of heat and mass transfer in a membranes world. So by leveraging this tool, especially in this current digital world, I believe that we can significantly enhance our ability to innovate more efficient, reduce costs, develop sustainable solutions for a wide range of industry challenge. The precise and the speed for these simulations offer in understanding membranes performance are invaluable in the future of this technology. So I think I have shared something which is useful for all of you, and thank you very much for the attention.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ong, for your inspiring presentations and also your work on the rainwater harvesting and fog collectors provides innovative solutions to one of the most pressing global challenges right now. And then to access to clean water, the practicality and effectiveness of your methods as presented like the presentation previously, we are excited to see how research can be positively impact communities and also like around the world. And then for next session, ladies and gentlemen, we have been privileged today to hear from our outstanding experts. And then we will now open floor the question. And then for the keynote speaker, please go to the stage. First one, Connie, the second one. Okay, just give a big applause for 3 keynote speakers right now. Thank you for the audience. And then maybe we will only have like a limited time for question and answer. And then please feel free to questions that you want to go for the questions. Just raise your hand for the only first Only first questions. Let's go. Okay. Just say your name first and your institutions.
Thank you for this event in your presentation. I would like to ask about anaerobic digestion from the first presenter. I would like to ask you about how the effect of the adding of granular activated carbon to the sludge of the anaerobic process, because in aerobic process is many sludge from the anaerobic process, anaerobic digestion beside the biogas. Now, I think that's effect on the sludge from the anaerobic digestion. And the second question is how about increasing of the methane presentation in aerobic digestion compared to without granular activated carbon.
Just go directly.
Mungkin maybe in Indonesia.
Okay.
Saya mau tanyakan apa efek dari penambahan granular activated carbon terhadap sludge dari proses anaerobic digestion. Maybe he can understand what I have told.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, you just go directly, answer this.
Let me answer for the second question first. By addition of the GAC in the anaerobic digestion reactor, so mostly there are two aspects. One is the speed of the methane production and the production amount. So the rate at least 1.5 times. So in other words, for example, by increasing the rate of methane production 1.5 times means we can shrink the reactor size, then give us some benefit in building the reactor in reality. And also by producing more methane gas, that is beneficial to get more energy during the process of stabilizing organic waste. Can I answer for you? So I want to answer for the first question.
Okay.
Yeah.
But maybe about the
sludge.
caloric value will increase.
Yeah.
Caloric value, the biogas will increase.
Yeah. So I want to answer for the question number one. You asked about the sludge. Sludge is produced during anaerobic digestion. However, compared with aerobic process, such as activated sludge process, much smaller amount of the sludge is produced. The destiny of the produced sludge after treatment more can be used for making fertilizers and also used for animal feed. So basically, no waste is produced. So during anaerobic digestion, energy is produced in the form of methane, and the sludge you mentioned is used for making fertilizers and animal feed, I say.
Maybe there is a regeneration for the granular activated carbon from the anaerobic reactor. There is a regeneration for the granular activated carbon.
So granular activated carbon should be maintained in the reactor.
Should be maintained in the reactor.
That's why introduced a way how to maintain conductive material in the reactor. One way is I use the carbon cloth instead of granular activity carbon, and put the carbon cloth into a small bore and maintained continuously without making some waste.
Not adding, not add the
No,
sludge,
no, it is no need continuous addition of GAC or conductive material.
sludge to become a gas.
Yeah, sludge. Sludge is produced, but GAC no in it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, is
Yeah.
it clear enough?
How about the presentation of the methane gas in
Methane
the
gas.
biogas?
I mean biogas. Biogas. Around 60% of methane and 40% of the
Carbon
CO2.
dioxide.
Yeah. So that is can be possible to generate an engine for making electricity, and also directly used for heating energy by burning in it. However, if we want to connect to the natural gas line, or want to use some automobile energy, we need to remove the CO2 out of the biogas.
Before I have research about that without we add granular activated carbon,
Yes.
the biodigester can produce methane about 60%.
Yeah. So the quantity of
It could
the
more high,
I'm not saying about
more bigger the
so
presentation of methane.
not really. So the methane percentage is dependent on the feed characteristics. Yeah. So I mean that addition of the GAC increased in biogas production and increase the rate of gas production.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no different, not much difference in the gas composition.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is it clear enough, right? Okay, thank you, Prof. Park. And then we'll have a chance for the second questions. Okay, it's really insightful presentation, and I will just give some of questions for Prof. Connie first, okay? And then, in your opinion, what are the most promising smart technology that can significantly impact energy management in the near future, or maybe several years later, the smart technology?
Thank you. Basically, smart energy is related to the how to provide efficiency in all the sectors within the consumer. Say this something like we know in IKN, their new system with a very complex demand. So they provide DG, distribution generator, to back up the conventional system. But in this case, when the demand is overload, so it's very difficult if we use or we don't put the digital generator, distribution generator, very far from the area. That is the sorry. For the next example, something like we know electric vehicle, we have the thank you. We have the battery charging in any area. So when the demand is increased, of course the system cannot afford to supply the electricity. So in that case, when we can insert the clean or green energy into the clustering, that will compensate all the load from the main system. That is the key of the smart system. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Connie, for the answer about the smart energy or smart technology recently, or this for the near future. And for the last one, for Dr. Ong, and then how do you envision the future of membrane technology in addressing global water scarcity issues?
So as mentioned earlier, I think the importance of membrane technology, I think will be widely used for water conservation to cater SDG number 6, right? And then I think additionally, it can also support life below waters. Okay, so to actually filter the wastewater for the recycling process. So
Okay, how about like for the long-term process? Is there any kind of things specific for this
actually,
innovations?
membranes are widely used in various industry. So it depends on the needs actually, and different type of materials for polymers or ceramics. So mine one is more to doing the modeling and simulations work before we actually applied it in applied research to come up to fabricate with the membranes. So if you like before the applied research fabrications work, if we are able to do some modeling and simulations work, then we are able to optimize the fabrications work.
Okay, that's really insightful because actually I'm from electronics engineering and this kind of things is really very gaining the knowledge for this kind of sessions. Thank you. And then for the next one. Okay. Okay, this is the closing one. And I will give you, ladies and gentlemen, we have been privileged today to hear from 3 outstanding experts right now, and each of whom has shared the valuable insights into our respective fields. And then from energy system and the microbial engineering to also like the sustainable water harvesting technologies. This presentation have offered us profound knowledgeable that will undoubtedly contribute to our advancement and applied science technology. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude for Professors Hidung Park, Professor Connie, and also like the Dr. Ong Zeching for the time and sharing groundbreaking work for these sessions. And then once again, what an insightful and inspiring session right now. On behalf of the iCast 2024 Organizing Committee, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to distinguished keynote speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise today. And then I hope the rest of your iCast 2024 experience will continue to be as enriching as today's sessions, and enjoy the conference, and let's continue driving change towards a better, more sustainable future. Thank you. Give applause, everyone.
All right, thank you, Ibu Diantika, for bringing us a very productive session today. For the keynote speakers, please remain on the stage because I would like to invite Dr. Yaakob Astor, the chairman of iCast 2024, and Bapak Iwan Ridwan, STMT PhD, our Vice Director of Academic Affairs, to give the token of appreciation to the keynote speakers. right, thank you. You may be seated now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already break time, and we are moving to Gedung H or H building to have lunch because our lunch is served there. For the participants, the lunch is served in the parallel room, and for the invitations, the lunch is prepared on the 5th floor. All right. But before we have lunch, I will guide you to view the exhibition at Gedung H. All right. Please follow me.
Yang mana?
Alatnya itu bisa dimainkan. Ketika sudah diangkat, itu bisa kita miringkan. Cuman karena sekarang pengat sedang dipasang, itu bisa dilepaskan lebih dahulu. Artinya posisinya dimiringkan dari mana yang dipasang. Jadi ketika posisi dimiringkan, pada start itu kita bisa depan-depannya seperti kopi. Hari ini kita menggunakan mau kita menggunakan yang buat kalau hasilnya bisa tidak dipendek banyak ini produk yang sudah dihaluskan katanya hasil fermentasinya sudah diangkat
Ya. Ini internet tuh bagus nggak? Anglit, internetnya bagus nggak? Terkonek ya?
Ayo, kasih. Mana itu? Maju mas. Oh.
Peternaknya kita bina, masuk juga sekarang untuk pengemasan. Ini langsung dari
sini kan?
Gimana? Thank you. Tusuk. Tuh di si bapaknya.
Terima kasih. Sudah sama-sama ini. Karena kalau sama-sama ini. Karena kalau sudah dikasih.
Mudah ya. Dingin loh.
Ada polis juga. Pak Kapolres.
Dari Pak Ali.
Oh, kapan ketemu?
Pak Ali.
Oh, Pak Ali. Oh, iya deh.
Pak Ali, dicari nih. Cari.
Ini ceritanya lama kan? Jangan dari 2016 baru dapat. FBL itu.
Nah, itu.
Kita makan siang ya.
Sebenarnya dari tadi nggak di switch itu ada pindah-pindah.
Nggak dipindah-pindah, Bang.
Kanan mau salah.
Apa? Dari mana? Ya, awalnya dari mana?
Silakan, Mbak.
Jadi dia bukan di surat ya?
Bukan. Jadi seperti ini di semua.
Ini warna. Beda dari umumnya batik kan di surat. Ini kayak dibeli gitu ya, tempel.
Tinggal bentar ya, Mbak. Tapi harus ini jangan pakai deterjen, dan ini pakai lava atau sampo.
Oh, jadi ini cucinya ada. Kalau ini saya pakai Baiklin. Iya, cuci.
Iya, dengan alat-alatnya. Iya.
Si aku bang ini. Mana di Pak? Saya tuh.
Udah masukin bumper bang, kita pindah ke atas.
Sampai 5 langsung ya. Sampai 5 langsung.
Harus begini atau begini? Gini, begini bisa.
Sama cepat nggak mau, Pak. Mana kalian tuh? Apa udah di sekali kali tadi? Coba Bapak sekarang.
Burik ya gambarnya.
Nah ini 300 Pak.
Cak, coba geser aja si tampilan zoom-nya. Nanti kamu ketawa tuh lagi online Cak. Ke paling kanan.
Jadi kemana? Kantin. Oh, nggak ada kantin. Oh, Puja Sera namanya. Oh. Jadi caranya kayak gitu ya ini.
Ini di unmute ya. Ini.
Lambat ya?
Ya, Pak. Lihatkan dulu. Semua itu tidak
dipakai apa Google-nya? Tahu nggak dia Pak? Dia tuh menentukan hidup pusing Pak. Dia. Oh dia.
Kita balik dulu atau makan dulu?
Makan dulu Pak.
Malah makan dulu, Bang.
Yang perempuan juga sini. Ya.
Bumper aja lah, kalau ada yang menarik sih. Lurik ini kualitas. Yang lain. Sini nggak ada cicet apa? Coba kita balik aja tuh ada. Harus full. Gerak, Pak. Kecuali ada ngomong-ngomong gitu di sini chit-chat ada nggak? Apa lagi?
Ladies and gentlemen, best presenters will be announced shortly. Our committee has selected 3 best presenters. The selected 3 best presenters will not only receive token of award, but also e-money worth 1 million rupiah each. Now I would like to invite to come to the stage to present the token of award to the best presenters.
from Politeknik Negeri Malang with the title IoT-based crash detection system. And the next best presenter is Steve Supit from Manado State Polytechnic with the title of Mechanical Properties and Environmental Assess of Low Carbon Footprint containing limestone powder and high volume fly ash. And the last best presenter goes to Adrian Fernanda Pratama with the title of Analysis of Digital Service Implementation and Efforts to Improve the Quality and Efficiency of Village Government Services from Politeknik Negeri Bengkalis. The three best presenters please come to the stage, or the representative authors may come to the stage. Alright, Professor Dr. Adrianus Amheka, STMeng, and Professor Dr. Jacob Astor, the Chairman of iCast, please give the token of awards to the best presenters. Congratulations to all best presenters. From ISAS, please come to the stage. Okay, please line up. Before you go back to your seat, please line up and take pictures together. Okay, congratulations to all best presenters. You may go back to your seat. And to Professor Dr. Adrianus Amheka, STMeng, please remain on the stage to deliver a closing speech and present a souvenir to the next iCast host in 2025.
Selamat sore, Bapak Ibu yang sangat kami hormati. My apologies once again. I'm going to speak in Indonesia, so you might really understanding what I'm talking about. Izin ya, pakai bahasa Indonesia. Ibu Bapak yang sangat saya hormati, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Dan tentunya yang kami sangat hormati dan banggakan, Ketua FDPNI, Pak Muhammad Nurdin, dan beserta seluruh Direktur Politeknik Negeri se-Indonesia yang mungkin masih ada agenda di luar. Tentunya yang sangat kami hormati, para keynote speaker yang telah memberikan dedikasinya sangat luar biasa untuk transfer knowledge melalui paparan, riset, invensinya yang sangat betul-betul bermanfaat bagi kemaslahatan orang banyak. Yang kami hormati juga tentunya Bapak Ibu, para presenter dari 240-an paper, termasuk juga yang berkontribusi pada poster sesi. Terima kasih banyak. Dan juga yang pasti saya tidak bawa catatan, terima kasih kepada host seluruh panitia, mulai dari Pak Direktur Politeknik Negeri Bandung, juga yang kami hormati yang jadi guest star ya, kalau saya panggil Chair of the iCast 2024, terima kasih ya, terima kasih banyak Mas Yakob, dan seluruh jajaran yang terlibat panitia, yang saya hormati juga para kepala P3M, UP2M, teman-teman ISAS, juga Ibu Mike, Wakil Ketua, dan seluruh teman-teman yang berjerih payah, berdedikasi sepanjang tahun. Biasanya tidak gampang begitu dalam merangkai satu event yang bisa disampaikan bahwa cukup memanggil energi, meng-hire energi yang besar, namun dengan seiring waktu, dengan kualitas, efektivitas, dan efisiensi dalam penataan berbagai hal, toh kita juga bisa lebih berkualitas dalam layanan terhadap upaya konferensi. Ibu Bapak yang sangat saya hormati, bahwa hari ini apapun yang sudah kita laksanakan tentunya pasti ada kekurangan dan tentunya banyak kelebihannya. Tentunya dari aspek kekurangan sering terjadi dari berbagai aspek karena memang keterbatasan dalam aspek-aspek tertentu. Dari sisi space dan lain sebagainya, mungkin juga mengganggu kenyamanan dalam mendiseminasi invensi Bapak Ibu. Namun demikian substansinya untuk mendelivery informasi ataupun transfer knowledge-nya, substansinya tetap menjadi dapat diterima manfaatnya dengan baik. Jadi memang kondisi-kondisi ini terjadi karena iCast ini dari sisi kemanfaatannya, dari aspek keunikannya dan lain sebagainya, kita juga mau melihat bagaimana iCast ini juga bisa menyentuh yang namanya aspek penerima manfaat secara kelembagaan untuk seluruh politeknik yang ada di seluruh Indonesia, gitu Bapak Ibu. Sehingga memang keterbatasan ruang, bahkan waktu, accessibility, ruang gerak, infrastruktur, dan lain-lain itu terjadi. Tapi itulah iCast adanya, sehingga bisa terdelivery manfaat dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Dan juga ke depan nanti sebentar akan disampaikan mendelivery iCast 2025 ke Politeknik yang nanti akan disebut announcement oleh MC. Bu Bapak yang saya hormati, saya kira tidak saya perpanjang lagi kata. Semoga ilmu ataupun wawasan, insight dari berbagai hal, khususnya dari ilmu-ilmu yang sudah terserap dan terdiseminasi baik, bisa menjadi pilar baik untuk bisa memajukan pendidikan tinggi vokasi ataupun bisa memajukan aspek-aspek yang bermanfaat, tangible dari sisi vokasi kepada masyarakat, khususnya para sivitas akademika dan insan vokasi lainnya yang menerima manfaat. Saya kira demikian, terima kasih karena diminta tutup gitu ya. Gitu ya Bu, tutup atau belum ya? Belum ya? Belum. Dengan demikian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for the speech, Professor Adrianus Amheka. Please receive the souvenir from the iCast Chairman 2024 as the symbol of handing over the host for the next iCast. Okay, the next host for iCast 2025 is Politeknik Negeri Jakarta. I wish you could come to Jakarta for next year. Bali, okay, sorry. I mean it's from Politeknik Negeri Bali. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it means that our program is closing to the edge. Thank you for attending iCast 2024. I am Farah Fauzia signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we leave the room, we shall take some pictures of ISAS members. Please come to the stage to ISAS members and also the chairman. Nah, gitu aja, oke.
Geser ke sebelah.
Jangan ketutupan ini, jangan ketutupan ini. Ini ada layar.
Thank you.